Hello again. Yes, I'm just don't understand why these freaking agents doesn't respond suddenly. I'm gonna just check if there's an actual issue with this. Uh, Suddenly unreliable. Like maybe there's something function calling. So moody. Yeah, two JSON objects. So maybe there's some JSON will. Use my GPT will return. For a second, I think it's because your system prompt is ambiguous. Do you mean that you want that always return? Yeah, I think it's just bad prompting. Let's see. OpenAI prompt JSON response. You should modify the valid type JSON object. And you want to blah blah blah. Ask for JSON in the system message. Oh. Huh. You are a company secretary and only speaks JSON. Blah blah blah. Results should be in the format. Okay, so this is. I will also give a quick tip for you. You'll get way better by showing a one-shot example of it following instruction. Okay. Just for fun, we're gonna try on our own. Because I'm no expert in prompt engineering, so this is an opportunity to learn. So what do we actually want to do here? So we have some current state, we have a prompt, and then we wanted to output based on a JSON schema. So where is agent? So we can say you only speak in JSON. You you only speak JSON. God damn it. So I'm gonna say please. Consider this state. Like I'm so vague. It's horrible. With the following state. Use the following JSON schema to update that state. Use the following JSON schema to update the state based on the following prompt. Let's see. I want to separate this. I think it helps it to structure things. Output single valid JSON object generated. Without yeah, like it's already like it's let's see. Let's just try. Like there's no reason to explore anything without a reliable output here. Yeah, so now we have, but now it outputs 2. Single output a single valid JSON object. It is critical that you output I wonder if output, if I do maybe we do this for so we have one read current state, interpret JSON schema, and update state from prompt. Output single JSON object. Okay. It's really interesting how, like, having an intuition for engineering or intuition in engineering seems to be changing. Because now you need an intuition for natural language, it seems. So it's giving a great output now. Suggestions, you're an amazing manager. That isn't. This is not at all what I want. What the hell? Okay, maybe I'm not sure if I'm like in the right state of mind to be playing around with this now. I was so ready to go on with the planning phase. With the following JSON object, like let's drop all this stuff. Let's just be very generic about this. With the following JSON object, with the following the following JSON object uses this JSON schema. Update the JSON object based on the following prompt. It's critical that you output a single valid. It's critical that you only output an updated JSON object. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's state. Like, the agent doesn't understand that there's any state there. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just JSON. It's just an object. Maybe that makes it better. It still has duplicate. A single updated JSON object. It is severely critical that you only output a single updated JSON object. But I don't. Why even have JSON object as output type when it doesn't guarantee that it's a single JSON? And why isn't there a schema attached to? Okay. Great. So now we're back at having a normal output again. Let's just move through it, like, just to see if it's more reliable. Updating state of the application and view the updated state of the as user. I want to update it. It was very like generic on this, but okay, it's like it is an addition. It should update the state of the application. So user want to describe a task using a text input and clicking that task button to have it added to the task array. Updating the state. This is great. Updating the state of the. Okay. I don't think we need this one, but I'll approve it. Then we have the tech lead. But this helped at least. Okay, so it wasn't happy. I can't remember how. I don't remember how I updated this. I think were we just going to resolve this using the tech lead? I think so. So what we could do is, if it cannot implement, we could send this message to the product manager. How the tasks array is handled, or how the tasks are visually presented. Without more detail required, it may be challenging to implement these user stories effectively. We're gonna just, for fun, we're just gonna try to send this back to the product manager, just to see kind of what happens. Create user stories flow. So now we have, yeah, if agent role equals tech lead and agent.state. So not can implement. Yeah, I guess we don't. Anyways, so here we can do flow run agent. Oh, god damn it. So oh wait, no. I think, did I allow? No, it needs to be actual state. You can't run an agent. Yeah. So this is the thing. I thought about like agents communicate with each other using state, but in this case, we actually want to communicate to the agent using a prompt. So maybe yeah, but now I assume when using a prompt, it's always from the user, but it's not from the user. It's from the tech lead. So maybe we should allow you to run an agent where it's a string. So state or prompt, or it's a string, and then we can now, well, we're going to get the agent. So we can do, oh, maybe that's all. Type from agent role to. So now we're, let's see. So if it's string, I think we want to add from. Okay, so what I think we should do is, okay, forget about that. We're not going to add an additional message. So we're going to pass this in the background, and then it's going to the product manager again, and then oh, but we have a problem. We have a problem. I don't think run agent should be state. I rather think, yeah, let's see, run agent. You can optionally use a prompt. You always have to pass the state, but I think generate prompt. What if you have both? I didn't consider that. In this case, we have the state of the user stories, but we also want to do a prompt. But when we do prompt here, we say generate prompt, and here we don't have the state. But sometimes we only have the state. So it's optional to have, for fuck's sake. So it's optional to have a prompt, and it's optional to have the state. But you have to have one of them. And you can have both of them. You have to have at least one of them. You have to have at least one of them. Is there? Yeah. So this is the weird thing. I guess both of them needs to be this is the problem. Like it's really a typing problem, because when you generate the prompt, there's really there are different versions of this. So either you have the prompt and you have the state, that's fine, or you only have the prompt, that's fine, or but maybe we can like always pass the prompt. Like I don't think that's a problem. Like when you generate the prompt, it's just like an empty. It's just empty, right? But is this the right thing? Like either you have prompt and state, or you just have prompt, or you just have state. This is really the typing for it. But it's a little bit confusing. But maybe that's fine. We're gonna try this. So what are you complaining about? Don't you have... Oh, do we have to create a type from it? Or maybe an interface? No, it is an interface. How do you do overrides? Is it like this maybe? Do I have to define it like this? Yeah. Just have to define it like that. So an iAgent, and I guess it's the same. Yeah, but when it generates a prompt, it will always, when it actually generates the prompt, it will always have state and then optionally a prompt. So this should be, yeah. So this will be prompt or state or state. God damn it. Yeah, so prompt or state. I think this is very confusing. I don't like this. I think it's fine from the consumer side. It's actually very nice from the consumer side. But from here, it's internally, it's quite confusing. So this could be prompt or state, and then this is maybe state. That's the thing. Why are you complaining? So this would be maybe state or last state. But here it should always be, yeah. Oh, so last state equals maybe state or last state. Maybe we should just do last state here. Why are you complaining? It's not assignable to type prompt string. Why is this complaining? Is it because I have... Oh, sorry. Yeah. We need to do like args. So this would be prompt or state, and maybe state args. Are you complaining? Why is maybe state unknown? Oh, I guess. Oh, that's weird, right? And why are you complaining? Expected 2 or more, but got 1? God damn it. I'm noticing I'm not in, like... I'm not in a good mental state today. I'm super annoyed. I keep getting stuck in these freaking irrelevant things. And I just want to implement the freaking planning. And I was this far from inviting everyone to demo today. But this is not in demo condition. Why are you angry? I have defined that you can have... Okay, so what if I do this? No, because if you have a prompt, you have state. Or you might only have a prompt, or you might only have state. So why are you complaining? Just because I do args? You shouldn't have any issue with that. Like, why does that matter? String or state, args and non-string is not the same of the type. Prompt string. Yeah, because I think there's like, I think the problem, like this is interesting. Is there actually any valid typing for this? Or is it because of the order? Sometimes the order matters, I think. I'm not sure, maybe it doesn't. But why is args1 unknown? Would it help if I do state undefined? Or like void? Oh. No, this doesn't matter. What if I do this? You're still upset? No, that works. So can I do prompt or state? Maybe state. God damn it. Why are you so upset? Because if I have both of them, then that has to be a string, right? God damn it. Okay, interesting. So now it says this can be prompt or state. This might be state. But what I think happens now is that you can send in like... Now you can send in state and state, which makes absolutely no sense. Like... Okay, so I think like we need to have two methods here. Generate prompt from state. Fuck. What kind of API do I want here? So you should be able to, an agent should be able to or should we just say you always have to prompt? But that prompt might be empty, right? So if the prompt, yeah, and that's the thing. Like we're making this optional. Like, what if we just say you always have to prompt? But it can be like null, just to do it simple. So if prompt or state, so this is always prompt. So we just move this thing up here. My head is at a really bad. So this will be prompt. Yeah, I think that's it. So now we say null state. So this is, which one was it? This is run agent. And what do we want to do? Yeah, optional is send the prompt. So let's flip those around. So we'll do the same here. We say you need to send a prompt, but it can be null, or you're gonna send and then send the state. Okay, this is how it needs to work, at least for now. So we're gonna run. Don't I already have some run agents here? So the prompt is null. The prompt is null. I'm trying to be so freaking clever all the time. And here we actually have a prompt. So here we would have, let's just make sure, well, I guess there's always a string there. Ambiguity report, and then suggested user stories would be agent state, user stories to evaluate, and then suggestions is just an empty string. Okay. You'll have to excuse me today. Ensure user clear, concise, and what I wonder, why is this suddenly like, I'm telling that it should, then I want help to create user story for this change request. Example user, please update. Okay, I thought I had a prompt there. If you have any suggestions, to improve. It's interesting though, because here, like, it is suggesting. So it's not like wrong, like it made the suggestion. And this is a fine thing to say. Like, it's more if I'm actually like change something. Like we were in this flow where we already have some user stories. whatever. Fine. Oh yeah, this is not good. Yeah, because I wanted these suggestions to be yeah, it's kind of funny. Why do I have these suggestions? The suggestions are the user story. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I don't think that makes sense because, especially, like, I added this before I added the tech lead, and the tech lead is the one that actually looks through them and makes like an actual suggestion for what needs to be there. So we're gonna rather rely on the tech lead for this. Like, it's so ambiguous what I mean about suggestions. We don't even need to return anything. And then let's drop the suggestions. Let's just return an empty string. Cool. And I guess we have some issues here as well. Let's drop the suggestions here and here. Okay. Cool. Approve. The script doesn't have stored in the application. So you don't want to add a task list and have the list updated in the application state. So you want to see the list and based on the application state. Like, this is I think this is really important. And I think this is actually missing from user stories today. Users or customers, they don't think about state, how the state of the application changes. They think a lot about interaction, what you want to interact, but not what the result of that interaction is. So I do like this. Oh, for fuck's sake. How can I make you only return one JSON? Like, how can I be more explicit than it is severely critical that you only output a single updated JSON object. And it's the exact same thing. Like, why? It did say that, like, it is unreliable, right? That's the thing. It can't, like, but it said, like, if you give an example, what I'm hesitant to do is, like, give the actual current. Use this JSON schema to update the JSON order based on the following. Example output. Maybe that's enough. Who knows? But now I have a feeling she's gonna output that. I need some more intense music. Approve. What? Okay. As a user, I want to click a blue button with the label add item to dice, right? Update the state of. This was a little bit. What? That was kind of weird. It didn't consider the existing state at all now doing this. I don't think we should have an example output because it it's the variant that you output the existing JSON object that you only output. This is also a problem because then does it actually output that existing output with updates from the prompt? And this is also like, it's not updates from the prompt, it's like the initial. Okay, let's just try it. To the task list, I want to see it reflect that. And have it updated in. That's interesting. As you say, I want to do and have the list up. That could be anything, right? Anyways, let's just approve it. Whoa. What's happening? UX engineer. Ah! Now it gives the fucking schema. And it gives it twice. Like it's a. Ah. The thing is, it's not like both of these are JSON objects. This is the problem. OpenAI JSON response with schema. Using JSON mode. There has to be like a way to insert a JSON schema. To enable JSON object is crucial for receiving outputs. And using JSON explicitly to output JSON in your prompts. Oh, explicit and output JSON. Without this, that may come endless white spaces or appear stuck. Truncated output. Beware that outputs might be partially cut off. Yeah, token them in. The seed allows for deterministic repeat the request with the same seed. Okay, it's not going to monitor change using the system. What the fuck? analysis type and JSON schema sample. Let's okay. Get system prompt function in the analysis side. Blah blah blah. Template for your okay. The JSON schema. Okay. Okay, let's try to flip it around a bit. So with the following state. So let's just try. We need to. I just have to try things. Let's just run the prompt first. You have the following state. What did it say? Respond with updated state in JSON format. The JSON schema should include oh, interesting. So yeah, it's not like a specific schema. Or is it? I think it kind of is. Should include? I think that's a weird way to put it. Yeah, and let's not have any description on this. The JSON schema is... I don't include, that sounds weird to me. Let's see if this changes anything. I just want reliable JSON output. Like we could move back to function calling, but I don't think that's the right thing. Application features. Again, double output, and it even like adds stuff now, like application features. This makes no sense. And it didn't have any suggested user stories. It was so reliable yesterday. Like I didn't have one issue yesterday. And I used it all the time. And it first time it felt like, yeah, I freaking nailed this. But now it's like respond in JSON format. JSON schema is this is the current object. It doesn't make any sense, but yeah, let's just try it. I think, yeah, I don't know. I just feel discouraged today. You know, when you feel like you have a lot of progress, and then you kind of do something, and then suddenly, or not do something, but you get like a step further, and then you just, well, basically what I did, I just need to refactor a little bit to get to the next step, and then I did all that refactor, and like it's just shit. But now it's really bad at keeping. It doesn't consider the existing state now. It just produces. I find this very curious. Like, yeah, I think this is just like, this is the current object. I wonder why the embedder makes it crash. Maybe it's too much stuff happening. That's why I added a queue. Now we have duplicate. Now we have duplicates. Respond to JSON schema is, this is the current JSON. So I'll put a single updated. Yeah, like we could do function calling. Maybe that's more reliable. I don't know. But JSON should also be reliable. I'm almost like wondering if I should just, like, this is such a common thing that it outputs both of them. That maybe I should just detect it. If that's even possible. So you can see that so what would be possible to do? Like, it does output JSON. It's formatted. It would be possible to check the lines. So if the last line equals this, we just break off the rest. But let's do another search. OpenAI duplicate JSON object. That's when using function calling. Ah. Huh. I was at some between yeah. When's this from? A year ago? So that's shape, but the response as JSON object with a shape of. Maybe if we. So what if we say, what did they say? Return the response in the shape as a return response as a JSON, the shape of. No idea. Let's just try it. I'm open to. Like, what makes it reliably return a single object? But I think we have this, like, if it returns reliably a single object, then it doesn't update that object correctly. But if I flip it around, yeah, like it returns the schema. Let's see. We have a JSON object. You have a JSON object. You have a JSON object. It uses the following schema. Oops. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, sorry, there it is. Please respond in JSON format. Feel like a fish on land. No idea what I'm doing. Yeah, now it's just randomly. Oh, God damn it! This is such a huge pain. So we have, the problem is that we have this existing state. We have a JSON object. We want that fucking object to be updated. Respond in JSON format using the following schema. This is the current state. What happened? This is the current state. Update the state from this prompt. Output a single JSON. Output the updated state. We're trying something new. Well, I probably try this already. So that's also the risk here, like doing so many iterations and not making notes. I don't like making notes, so we're probably like just trying the same stuff again. Yeah, now it just gets duplicate. So like this is the most important thing, is that it actually understands that it should update the state. And now we just have to make so now it does the right thing. So we need to solve the duplicate output. That's the problem. The problem isn't the actual prompt. Output the updated state. It is extremely important that you have a single JSON object output. That you output a single JSON object. I think that's the only thing we really need to fix here. I so want to move on to the planner. Why is it suddenly started doing this? A blue button? What the hell is this? It's not doing, you know what? We're gonna reset this. And then we're gonna focus on the oh, sorry. This was the we're gonna use this. And then we're gonna see if we can, because this was working yesterday. It was super, I keep saying this, it was super reliable yesterday. And I can't remember now if it was only like duplicate output that was the problem here. It's almost like I'm like it's almost like it remembers something. I'm very curious about it. Like now it suddenly works, right? Why does it suddenly work now? Yeah. Okay, so now it created two outputs. So now let's try to fix that. Output only output one one valid JSON object with no, yeah. What's interesting though is that like we could fine tune these um uh like if we fine tune a model for these agents, like that would include the actual response format and everything. So I think that would help a lot. But we're not going to dive into that stuff. Oh, nice. Okay, so now we go through we go through it. I'm very like the problem with that started this morning is that it suddenly didn't suggest any user stories. I think that was the problem, or was it duplicate JSON? I can't remember. I should really make notes. Anyways, now we're gonna start planning the implementation. Oh my god. User stories flow. So we are gonna use the new send event type, start planning, clicked. And then we're gonna handle. Okay, so now we're rolling. Start planning, clicked. We have the user stories. We're moving into planning. And what we're gonna go do is say this flows planning. Isn't that typed? Why isn't that typed? Why is that any? I don't like that. Why did the other one work? Oh, that didn't work either. What? Okay. Why aren't these working? Return type of this. I'm confused. How are we gonna do this? I think, okay, so what we're gonna try to do now, we're gonna try to create a utility type so that we can actually have types for these flows. Because this is a problem. The way we create the type is by giving it type of flow, basically. So you can take like an instance of a flow to get the type of the flow. So export type or so you have a list of agents. So you kind of, from a list of agents, you should be able to get the type of the agent's flow. Export type. I guess we can like use. Yeah, what we can do just to test it is we can say type user stories flow equals agents flow type of user stories agents number, and then like this. That would be the user stories flow. But we can make that better, right? We can have a utility for that. So we can say export type What kind of utility types do you? You know what? I'm not gonna work on the API because I think that's gonna change a lot regardless. Debug flow, debug agents, and then we're gonna do planning flow, planning agents. And now we can do user stories flow, debug flow, and planning flow. And then we generate them when we instantiate, and then what was it? Planning clicked something. Clicked this flow. Yeah, now we have the typing. This flows planning. Run agent, whatever. Okay, so we're gonna define our, okay, now it's on. We're actually doing what we wanted to do. Yes, and we're gonna define our first planning agent. So our first planning agent could be, so how do we think about the implementation plan? It should be excruciatingly detailed. It should include all the files that needs to be handled. It should, I do feel still there's some ambiguity in the user stories. I'm not sure how we're going to resolve that. And the ambiguity is related to what is the application capable of in terms of persistence and authentication and stuff like that. So when I say that I want to add a task, since the project has the capability to persist those tasks in Firebase, I would expect to be able to like resolve that ambiguity in the user stories, but I'm not quite sure how we would do that. Because we are like, all these agents are reading the summary of the project, and the summary of the project includes that indeed it has, you can see that the main app, the web app uses Visual framework and tells us it also includes Firebase for backend services. So it has this information, but it doesn't actually it doesn't really provide that. So maybe the tech lead, which is generally looking at the user stories to detect ambiguity, should be prompt to evaluate like ambiguity specifically with persistence, permissions, and state. Or like responsiveness and all, like this list of very specific general things. That will be interesting. Let's add that to user stories. Prompt it to evaluate persistence, permissions, responsiveness, and other tenants. Is it called tenants of web development? What the hell were we doing? Yeah, we were defining the first planner. Who is the first planner? We could have so what do I want to do here? What do I expect? So I expect it to, well, first of all, we need the function. We need to, the agent needs to be able to go in and, Well, here I really want the agent to actually look at all the files. So it should have the full code context. I don't think you can get away. So when you think about code embeddings, I don't think you can get away with code embeddings when you're actually going to make changes to a project. Code embeddings works if you want to just search to find a certain file, or even like generate some suggested code. But if you actually want to make a code change to a project, you need all the code. Because a prompt won't be able to reliably extract all the related code that's necessary. Yeah, I don't understand how that could work. Like, how can the prompt make sure that you only get exactly the files that you should from the embeddings? I don't see how that could work. Anyways, we're gonna try first having the application overview. No, we're not. We're actually going to application code. Get application code. Get application code. Get all the code of the application. So functions get application code, and this is gonna be yeah, should it be like the tech lead? We just have to start somewhere. I'm not sure where this ends up. So there's a tech lead that's gonna evaluate what files needs to be updated with what logic, basically. And then there's gonna be a UX engineer going through that and identifying what files needs to have UI implemented with what. And then there's gonna be like a principal engineer, I'm thinking, that's gonna evaluate the implementation plan. And then like kind of comparing the user stories to the implementation plan. So what would be interesting here is to keep the user stories. So we're gonna have user stories, approved user stories. So this is gonna be an array of, how did this work? I forgot. Yeah, I think like string and then description. Yeah. User story, the list of approved user stories. So the context is going to be quite bigger here. So approved user stories. So this is the problem, right? If it turns out that you really need, by the way, do we need the initial state? Yeah, we do need the initial, because you might just prompt it. What was I talking about? I forgot. If it turns out, what turns out? Oh, you need all the code to actually reliably produce an implementation plan. Like, there is a limit to this context window. And that's a much more difficult exploration. It's like, how do you most efficiently include enough code context to make changes to the code in a big application? That's a very interesting question, I think. So approved user stories, implementation plan, suggested implementation plan, array of string, implementation step, the suggested implementation plan. Okay, suggested implementation plan. And what we are gonna do here is create a you are an amazing tech lead that knows how to convert user stories into an implementation plan. Like, these are very simple descriptions. So what we're gonna do here, and now I can't even remember what did we have here? We had state and prompt, maybe prompt. So basically, if state dot suggested implementation plan length, so if we don't have length, we are gonna suggest an implementation plan. And please suggest an implementation plan based on the approved user stories. The implementation plan should include which files to update and files to change, and what changes should be made. Okay, we just need to start with this. And then we generate a response. I don't think we really need to do anything there. We're just gonna run that agent. Without the prompt, and then approved user stories would be user stories. Removing them from our flow, and then we have suggested implementation plan is currently empty, but now it should do something there. So what are we missing? Oh, yeah, the function call. So tech lead, get application code, and we are gonna grab this from this embedder. Yeah. Let's make it async. I'm very curious how large the context will be. Files equals this embedder code. And we're gonna return, do we have files? It's an object, okay. So we're gonna kind of produce markdown from this. Or maybe we can actually just stringify it. Yeah, let's try that. JSON stringify files. No, too. That should be fine. Nice. So now we have that. And what we need now is in our sidebar, we're going to introduce our new planning tab. Planning. And this is going to be disabled if... True. Doesn't it have disabled? Oh, we have to add that. This is going to be disabled if the... oh. Yeah, so sidebar. Okay, we need to change this. Rename current flow. And then we're gonna have... I really don't like that. When you rename something, I would like it to actually rename the... Oh my god, my computer is so slow. I need a new one, I think. anyways, so we're gonna have current flow, and then we're actually gonna pass in the flows. So flows would be flow. I think workspace state flows. Yeah, and we can even do that here, I think. Anyways, that's fine. So we're gonna actually look at, so if flows user stories, if we actually have user stories, then this is gonna be if okay, we can just do, so if we don't have any user stories, you can't start the planning. Let's make this disabled. Let's do boolean around this. And we should probably have like some disabled state, disabled opacity. I'm just gonna do that. Yes, and now workspace, you need to pass in current flow. Flows would be state.flows. Nice. Nicely, nicely nice. And now we need a case for planning. So now we're gonna have our planner. We're gonna do exactly the same thing. You know what? We're gonna take user stories. I don't think that matters much. Anyways, let's just do it. Yeah, and current flow is planning. Okay, so we need to create planning. New folder, planning. And we're basically gonna copy these two and rename them to planning flow and planning store. And then we're gonna rename, it's very similar, planning store. This would be a planning flow. Oh, wait a minute. I do already have these. Oh no, sorry. This is the interesting. I should probably planning flow state or something. Anyways, there we go. And if it's planning, then we're gonna update the flow and then rename this to planning. Use planning store. And then planning store provider, planning store provider, and planning flow. Oh. So this would be the sidebar. So this would be planning sidebar. And this would be plan. Yeah, so currently I don't know if we want the user to actually do anything with this plan. I'm not sure to what level. I imagine maybe we need to interact with it, but let's just see what happens first. And then, yeah, we have tech lead. Oh, so first of all, we need to change this. Yeah, use planning store. And tech lead UX engineer isn't one of them. I'm curious why it doesn't pick up the... Oh, that's weird. Get... Oh, anyways. Get application code. And we're not gonna render any custom contents now. Let's just return null here. Cool. And there's no like, yeah, planning main. And there isn't any, I'm not sure what we're gonna show there. Don't really have anything there. No Excali draw. Let's remove all of that. Like you could have a code editor there. Like it could just, yeah, you could look at the code, for example. That would be interesting. But now we need to make our workspace actually consume planning provider and planning sidebar and planning main. Cool. So now we have our planner, and now we should see the fruits of our labor. The refactor. Now this should just work. Now we should just have the ability to show the messages coming from our other flow. Oh. So this would be planning. Oh. Change flow, planning. Cool. And we have a user story here. So we can go to planning. Yeah. I guess we shouldn't clicking planning here. Like, I think it should be a button there. So if there aren't any messages, we can actually fix this. We have the flexibility now, which is amazing. Planning flow. So we have the planning sidebar. So if we have a plan, but we can also check if no state messages length, we can return the same button, start implementation plan. So user stories workflows, start. Let's just copy that one. We can say return start planning implementation, right? We have the idea. We can choose where we want to start planning. Okay, let's try it. It's getting the application code. Let's see what the output is. We have to check here. Okay, so suggested implementation plan wasn't very detailed, was it? Update the app view file to include a text input field for describing a task. Update the app view file to include an add task button that updates the list of tasks. Update the app view file to display the list of tasks in a scrollable list. Update the app view file to include a delete button next to each task for removing tasks from the list. It isn't like bad, but we can make it better, I would assume. Okay, but now it's fun. Now it's starting to become fun again. This is good. Let me just check my... Sorry, I just. So what are we gonna do? Please suggest an implementation. Should include the full file path to change. So you can. I'm not sure what what kind of consumption would be best to do an actual implementation. Would it be like, what should that implementation plan look like? What would be the best form of consumption for an agent to actually implement something? So they do need to, when we say implementation plan, it's only about updating code. That's the only thing they're gonna do. Deployment and stuff like that is something different. That could actually be one of the tabs. Deployment. Because that's more of a DevOps type of workflow. That's interesting. What was I saying? Yes, what does the... So you could say that it should just be a plan per file. So it should just list the files that needs to change and what needs to change within those files, conceptually. So you have the user stories, you identify what files needs to change, and you describe what needs to change within each file. I think that makes a lot of sense, because then when the UX engineer comes in, they can just update that. So maybe we could try to describe that. So suggested implementation plan is actually an object of I wonder how complicated of a JSON schema that GPT 3.5 is able to handle. But what we could try here is object necessary keys description. So we would do a file path, which is a string, the full path to the file. And then we would do changes. And that would be an array, array of string, the list of changes to the file. A description of a necessary change. This is interesting. And then we say we need file changes and we need file path. And what's this object? Yeah, an implementation step. So what we can do now, so now we're kind of seeing things coming together, because now when I have this suggested implementation plan, I should be able to jump into my planning flow, and I should be able to, in our custom message content, I should be able to check if message status equals resolved. Am I thinking about this right? Do I now have message state suggested implementation plan? So now I have the actual implementation plan here, and I have it typed to this object. It should be typed to the object, but it's never. Fuck. Oh, do I probably need to check the from. So if it's from the tech lead and message.status equals resolved. Why does it say never? Damn it. Dag nagit. Really thought that would work. Let's take a look. message. And the message, agent message. This is the content. Where's the state? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, oh, sorry, here it is. Wait, it says role? Yeah, T role state. That didn't work. That sucks. But why was it able to? So this is interesting. Like, it did kind of work. It was able to see that there's a suggested implementation plan. So yeah, so if we look at the other one, that's also never. I'm a little bit confused by that. Wow. Let's see, close others. Let's open the planning. What happens if I remove this? It still says never. Why does it do that? It didn't do that for the user stories. Oh, it did. Okay, then it's fine. Okay. Okay, I think I might know why it happens. But oh my, this is some insane typing. So what I think happens here is this state, we're just saying state T and role K. I think we actually have to. So we're going through messages from. I'm actually not sure. And it's weird that it's actually able to resolve the keys. But it's not able to. It's not able to extract value type. It's almost like it hits this one. Maybe this isn't quite working. Wait a minute, what's this? L extend 0? Do we need this? Oh yeah, extract value type. Why do we have this L extends? Zero. That's old. We don't need that one. I think. Because what would happen there? It would say decrement L. So if L is 5, and decrement So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would get 4. Now it would be 4. And with 3, and then it will go to never. But that means not if L extends 0. When do I stop? If this becomes never, like it's just never. So we will need to check if it extends number, I guess. L extends number, then do this thing. Something like that. But I don't think this fixes it. Yeah, this is still never. Yeah. But why is it never? Why does it grab the first one but not the others? Where's the state? Extract value types. So it starts with 5 and it hits, in this case it will hit an object schema. We'll do extract object. Oh, this is interesting. And then we do extract value type here. Oh, we need to have, oh my god. Decker L. Oh, not that, but L. And then L. Could that be the reason? Oh yeah, and here we have extract objects. Okay, I think this one. This is. So, oh. So this is still never. But why does it even know that there is a key of this stuff? So it's hitting, where is it? JSON schema. Well, I guess it's hitting. Where's the message? Agent message. So it's hitting this thing. It's able to extract the actual state. But when it does that, so this becomes never. What if I do any here? Does that matter? I find this really weird. What if like if I do number here? Now these should be numbers. Oh, number. Yeah, exactly. So the question is, and then if I do like TK, does it still become never? No, now I get the actual type and everything. So the point is, if I do this, it should be able to extract the value type. But for some reason, it doesn't do that. It just says never. Yeah. Why is that? Why is that? So what I usually do to debug this is I'm trying to find the never it hits. So we can, for example, look at this one. So I can do like string here, and then I can see, does this suddenly become a string? It does. And that means it hits. So it's not hitting any limits. It's just that it can't find. It doesn't extend object schema for some reason. And that is very weird. Because it is extending object schema. That is very weird. Damn it. So TK. Oh, it's extending array. Sorry. Maybe that's an issue. Where are you? JSON schema. Maybe I'm not returning the array type properly. Objects, enums, boolean, array schema. And maybe that's the issue. That didn't help. Still fucking never. God damn it. Array schema, extract value type. Why doesn't it hit that? Why does it hit this one? Why doesn't it? Wait a minute. Is it my check? So first it checks if L extends number. It checks, is it an enum schema? And if it's not, it checks if it's a Boolean schema. If it's not, it checks if it's an object schema. If it's not, it checks if it's a string schema. If not, it checks if it's an any of schema. If not, it checks if it's an array schema. And if it's not, then it becomes never. So why doesn't it support array schema? Is it because the items, like value types, string schema, array schema, enum schema, object schema, any of. Shizzle. Why does it become never? Is it just a TypeScript restart TypeScript server? Never. It even says here that, wait, does it do a double state? It's a state of state. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. So does that mean maybe there isn't an issue here? So message, agent message, So we're doing T. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what's wrong. It's render custom message. I think. No. We're saying message. Agent message. But this is weird, right? State. Why does it say state of state? That's definitely wrong. But where is the state of state coming from? Oh, I think I know. I think I know. This shouldn't be state of state. It should just be state. Because we evaluate, when we return the agent, we make the state the actual values. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so now we can actually render out a custom UI for the files and like the changes to each file. So what we can do is we can render it out as Markdown. Maybe we should try that first. Markdown. And the contents here are, you know what, content. We're gonna just cons content, and then we're just gonna say for, well, object.keys message state suggested implementation plan for each. And that will be the file. No, sorry, that's not the file path. That's the implementation step. Wait, why do I do keys? This doesn't make any sense. For each step, so content plus equals. So here we're gonna do plus star star step dot file path. This is going to be let, and then star star. So this is going to be the file path. And then we're going to say step dot changes for each change, and then we're going to say content plus equals, and then we're going to do like an in step, and then we're just going to say change, because that's just a string, hopefully. That's the content. But yeah, we need to run this again. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna make like a demo for the team, but I'll create a video instead. Oh, I forgot to... So in the app, you file add a text input field to describe a task, add task button to add a task to the list, display a list of tasks in a scrollable list. We should update the list of tasks. So what's interesting here is that now it's kind of going back to its simplification again. So here it doesn't actually like deal with the state management and stuff. So it seems to me that we have to do the same kind of agents flow where you have one agent that goes and identifies one agent that goes and identifies the files that should change. And what we could do is that we could actually include the file contents. That's an interesting thing. Having state is that it goes and grabs all the application code. It goes and identifies the files that needs to change. And then it will add it will actually add the contents of the file as well. That's an interesting thing. So you can have like one agent that knows about all the code, and then it narrows it down to the files that needs to change, and then the other agents just reasons about those files. That's an interesting thing. We're gonna try that. So we are gonna I'm not sure if it makes complete sense. Thinking. So things I want to see here is like add a text input field to describe a task. This is way too generic. Like I want description about where do we hold the state of the text. Like it needs to have that level of specificity, that it needs to implement state for holding the text input, stuff like that. But I have like a really shitty prompt now, so I don't expect more out of the box, but I'm just reasoning about what we need it to do. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. Maybe I can add, I think I have some, didn't I have like a show in all scenes? I remember I had this, let's see. Yeah. Toilet break. And then isn't there like an emoji for toilet? Yeah. We have a toilet. And then we can add that to the screen. Let's see. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll reflect on this in the meantime. Yeah, be right back. Right, I'm back. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna do what I said, but we're actually gonna include the file contents. And this is gonna be interesting because we are going, oh, this is gonna be really interesting. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I'm honestly, I like my primary motivation for doing these streams is really it just helps me a ton to talk through things. I just work way much better. So it's kind of ironic that I work remotely. But yeah, so but I'm super happy that yeah, people find it useful in either sense of like being entertaining, like seeing my emotional meltdowns, or learn something or get inspired or whatever. So anyways, thanks so much for the feedback. So what we're going to do here, which is going to be really interesting, because now we did send all the application code to this agent, and it was able to see that, okay, this is the file we're going to implement it in, but it's like it's very, very limited on what it wants to do in that file, and that's fine. It's just a starting point. But what we're going to do now is we don't want the rest of the agents to look at all the files, right? But we wanted to them to be able to look at the contents of the files we've identified. And we're going to use our state for that. So this is going to be really interesting. So we're going to define a new agent. Oh my God, this is going to be exciting. We're going to define a new agent that's called, let's just call it engineer. Oh, this is, let's call it tech lead. Rename symbol, tech lead. And as I said, it's a very, very simple prompt. So that can be better. But we're gonna now create an agent that has an role of engineer, and the description: you are amazing engineer that understands deeply how to manage state in a Vue application. Something to get started with. Functions, you're actually not going to have any functions because you're going to have all you need in your prompt. So the model here would be GPT 3.5 Turbo, and there's no primers. Your state will actually be the same as this. Because it will be updating this. We could probably extract this as we want to keep the same state throughout, but because I'm lazy and unsure, we are not gonna state. Yeah, temperature. Let's put that up here. Temperature. So this is going to be like super specific. There's no room for creativity here, Mr. or Mrs. Mr. Mrs. Then we're going to generate a response. And okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add a state here. We're gonna add the files. Files. So that's gonna be one thing that I see kind of sucks now is Yeah, one thing I'm not considering here is that, for example, the approved user stories, they are like they're input and output now. So, but then they never change. So that kind of sucks. So you could easily say that the state management should have been outside of the agent. Yeah, I think this is a flaw in my thinking on how this should work. Because there's certain state. Well, it's interesting though, because now as input, you want it as input, and that's nice, but you don't want it as output again. So if you don't put it as input, like state input, then I would have to manually prompt it and like iterate the files and make it part of the prompt, which I guess it's fine. Yeah, but this is interesting. Like the only state you actually want to define here is the state that that should change on its output. So it has an initial state when it comes in, and you expect it to be updated. So I think we can make this more efficient. So let's not have approved user stories. We're going to pass it in as in the prompt. And we're going to do the same with the files. Okay, cool. So let's not return anything. So generate prompt, we have state prompt. I think we can just run this for now. So it's gonna add that. So this is interesting. So you have a suggested implementation plan. So it's gonna insert a suggested implementation plan first. Okay, we're just gonna try this, see what happens. Okay, so now we rather have to, let's put the engineer in here. So in our flow, we have an engineer, it doesn't have anything. So this, where is the actual flow here? On agent complete. Well, first we need to fix where's the run agent of, there we go. So we're gonna have this, but we're gonna have an actual prompt here. And let's just say with the following approved users. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. User stories map user story and we're gonna do a line break. So now we're just making that part of the prompt so that there will be like the suggested implementation plan will still be there, but now it still has the context of the user stories, but it's manually added. And then we're also going to, yeah, it might work. Let's see. Let's find the flow. Where's the flow? Create planning flow. So in the planning flow, on agent completed. So if agent role equals tech lead, yeah. So I know it's done. So now we want to to do flow run agent. Now we want to run the engineer. And we're going to give that engineer a prompt as well. And we're going to give it the suggested implementation from the tech lead. And the interesting thing is that this implementation plan, what? Now it's never again. Did I do the same thing? Extract object. Oh, wait, sorry. On agent completed. Yeah, it's a double state there as well. Excuse me. There we go. Where are we? Oh, yeah. Okay, engineer. Where are we? We're in our workspace. We are handling the... So we have the implementation plan, and this implementation plan, like now we need to find the files. So this is going to be interesting. So first we go in and we go and grab the files again from the embedder. Like I'm not doing any error handling here, but so now we have the files. So we want to extract the exact files we want. So we're gonna iterate files in plan. So that would be, we're gonna go through the suggested implementation plan. And there's like all sorts of things that could happen there. Like it might have the file multiple times. It might have the wrong path, like relative, absolute, like might even have like a dot slash or something. There's a lot of stuff you have to consider. But what we could do is reduce over these. And we're just going to create a string here. And step. And then file contents equals files step.file path. So we're gonna if file contents and then I'm not sure we're gonna throw an error. Excuse me. You know what we're gonna do? No file content. So we're just gonna we're not gonna check that. We're just gonna return this, and we're gonna say the files. Let's just call it files, and then let's do a yeah, file content. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna plus no, let's just keep that, and then we'll do one down, and we're gonna do that one step file path, and make that bold. Like these agents are really good at reading Markdown. And then we're gonna have file contents like that. We can still have like files. Oh, sorry, we have files. Sorry. So we're gonna have files. So this is files in plan. So first we're gonna have approved user stories, which is gonna be actually gonna be this flows planning. Oh, sorry. user stories. Oh, sorry. This flows. This state flows user stories. User stories. And we're gonna map those user story. So I really love this flexibility, and I really need it now to explore. So I'm really happy about the flexibility we've been able to achieve here, because like I have absolutely no idea how this should really work. I just need the flexibility to explore, and very quickly you can get stuck in a corner. And I'm happy we're not stuck in a corner. So approved user stories. Yeah, maybe we can even, we don't need files here. We can just put that into the yeah, let's do that. And then we rather do it here. Files, and then we have files in plan. So the point now is that we're suggested plan is an agent state suggested. So what we're doing now programmatically is that we are, when the tech lead has completed, we are grabbing all the files again. We always have all the files from the embedder, and then we reduce over those files to extract its contents based on the files identified in the implementation plan. And then we send our stuff to the engineer. We send the approved user stories. We send the files that are actually in the plan with its contents. And then the engineer will take that as context. It will have the suggested implementation plan also part of its context. And then it's gonna yeah. And when we generate the prompt, we are gonna say prompt, please update the implementation plan. Please, I have, my English today is really weird. Please include details about how to manage the state, about how to implement the required state management in the implementation plan. This is going to be interesting. Let's see. So we have an idea, moving to planning, start planning implementation. Oh. That's very interesting. Okay, this is super weird. So now it's not using the user stories to that's so weird. But this is exactly what I was hoping. Wait a minute. Oh, so it's taking new files. Oh, that's interesting. It's not like it's just coming up with stuff. Oh. Oh, no, it's not wait. What was the actual... Maybe we should put the code in like brackets as well. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I wonder why the hell it included everything. Okay, we're just gonna iterate on this. So first of all, let's go to our workspace flow and we're gonna actually add the code in like these nice brackets. I think that helps it understand that it's like code. And now the big question, why did it not, oh, planning. Why did you go all over the place? Please suggest an implementer based on the approved user stories. Identify the files that needs to be changed to resolve these user stories. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh. Update the template in the app view file based on the approved user stories. Make necessary changes in the main to support the updated functionality. Interesting. Add a button in the template for adding tasks to the list. Display the list of tasks in a scrollable list in the template. Include next to each task in the list. I'm not sure what I expected to contribute with here. I think we should run through the UX engineer first, because I think it makes sense when you have user stories. It makes sense to identify like how the state of the application should change before you define the UI. But when you're going to implement, it makes more sense to define the UI first and then you do implement the state changes. Arguably, maybe it doesn't matter. Just a theory. So it did do a good job here. Like it made it better. But it's like, yeah, and this is fine, right? It can say this. That's fine. Update the template to include a text input field for describing tasks. Add a button in the template for adding tasks to the. But yeah, it's saying so much about like the UI required. So we're gonna try to change this so that we do we create a UX engineer and we're gonna pass by the UX engineer before we. And you know what we can do? It's like we can define a UX engineer, a generic UX engineer, and then we just change out the prompts. I think that makes more sense. It's like you kind of define these people in the team, but then you scope them with a prompt to very specific tasks. So it's almost like an agent isn't. Yeah, this has been the conceptual confusion for me. It's like an agent is a person, but it isn't. I think agent might be doesn't help convey the idea that you can have a role in the flow or whatever you want to call it. And that role can, how should I put this? Yeah. No, I think it makes a lot of sense to define an agent, but you shouldn't define an agent. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's just weird to define a role. I, for me, conceptually, it's much better to have like, okay, this is the UX engineer, and you describe the general context for that UX engineer. So that could be like Tailwind, documentation, the component library, all that stuff. And then when you actually include that UX engineer in a flow, so the prompt is yeah, this is it. So the prompt is tied to the flow. It's not tied to the agent. And the state is not tied to the agent. It's tied to the flow. So what you do is, yeah, I think this is where I went wrong. So basically, we can do role description, even yeah, functions, are they tied to? I think those are also tied to flows. Okay, let's say that. So the only thing that's tied to the agent is a role, its description, its priming, where I'm thinking priming is like all the context it needs, but it might need to call functions to. Okay, so let's imagine it can have functions. But then maybe shouldn't use. Okay, it has functions. And then, but the state is not defined on the agent. The generate prompt is not defined on the agent, and not generate response. That is defined in the flow. So you create a flow and you include the agents that should be part of that flow. And then you go and define the state of that flow. And then how the different agents should be prompt and how they should generate their response. But the problem is, like in the idea flow we have now, or the user stories flow, only the last agent, being the tech lead, is able to like say, hey, ready for implementation. So what could happen is if we put all the user stories in the flow, user stories flow, and we had like can implement, like any of the agents might flip that flag. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like we would still explicitly check, did the tech lead end up in a can implement state? So we would still ensure that. Yeah, I think that's where it went wrong. And this is where I would like, it would simplify things. Because now the function calling isn't based on. Oh, let's see. I'm getting. We have to explore this. I'm getting an idea. So, what if the API was more like agent flows? Create agent flows. So you would give all the agents you have, right? So you have product manager, tech lead, engineer, blah, blah, blah. And then you will have an object which defines different flows. You would have user stories, and user stories should include the following agents. So you would have an array of like product manager, you would just use the name of them. Tech lead, for example. And then you would say the state is, well, yeah. So you would do, this is interesting. So you would have agents. Well, let's define the state first. So you would have a state, which is like user stories, whatever JSON schema of that. And then you would have the agents where you would choose yeah, it's almost, I'm just thinking about, do we need to define the role? Do we care about the role in the actual? Yeah, no. So let's imagine we don't do this, but we actually do this. So you list the different agents, and the key you have here can now be used here. So this is a partial of what agents you want, and then you have generate prompt, generate response, and generate prompt and generate response is now also based on this state. And then it's the agent flows. Maybe. I don't know. It's just a thought. We don't have to go into that now. Oh, now I forgot what we were doing. Were we gonna run it again? I think so. I can't remember. Import and use any new components or libraries required by the user stories. Oh, we had a UX engineer. Sorry, UX engineer. Where are you, UX engineer? UX engineer. You are an amazing UX engineer that understands deeply how to use Tailwind CSS to create user interfaces. Blah, blah, blah. You have the suggested implementation plan. Please include details about what visual components, what user interface needs to be implemented in each, needs to be implemented, whatever. Well, yeah, user interfaces that needs to be implemented. Crappy prompt, but it's good enough for our testing. So now we're gonna rather hand over, let's see, we're rather gonna hand over, now we have a UX engineer as well. So now we're gonna hand it over to the UX engineer. Let's try that first, just to see what it says. Update the template to include a text input field for describing tasks. Add an add task button to allow users to add tasks to the list. Display the list of tasks in a scrollable list. Yeah, I'm very curious what it would do. I think it's like way too generic. Again, I have a shitty prompt. but I would expect it to be, how would it actually implement the list? Like, what element would it use? But I'm also curious how the engineer would implement task management on top of this. State management, I mean. Okay, but let's just if tech lead, yeah, else if role equals an UX engineer, I'm actually gonna do like exactly the same thing. I'm just copying code there, but this isn't like the best. I'm gonna hand it to the engineer, and it's gonna take, yeah, agent state suggested implementation plan. So if the UX engineer is completed, we'll hand it over to the engineer. By the way, can I just output planning flow? I don't think it really matters. I think I can just say if message is resolved. Like all of them has the suggested implementation plan. Yeah. Okay, let's try again. Now we can just read in the UI how it changes. Planning. Start planning. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. As required by the user stories. Oh, did I? It's making a lot of assumptions there. Anyways, ensure that file is as required by the user stories. Update the template to include text input. Add a button with the text. Add tasks allow users and implement a scrollable list. Include delete button next to each task in the list for removing tasks. So this is a problem. Like, to be able to implement this UX, it needs the state. Yeah, so it needs to be the opposite, because you can't implement UI without the state. Like how would it implement iteration of the tasks? Or how would it implement a delete task button? It can't do that without the state. Because it needs to iterate something in the template, in the view template. So we're gonna do engineer here, and then we're gonna pass it to the UX engineer, and then we're gonna iterate on the prompts. So let's look at the engineer. And how to manage state in a view application. Please include how to how to implement the required state management in the implementation plan. Please include details in the implementation plan on how to implement on the required state management in Vue.js. I don't know. Okay, well, that's what we're gonna iterate on. By the way, we're gonna do one thing. I just want in the UI, I want planning flow, if it's the render custom message content, if it is the if message from the tech lead, I want to include the user stories as well. Yeah, so we can do that up here. How do we get the... Oh, yeah, we have state here. Content plus equals user stories state. Oh wait, this is the plan. How do we do it? Yeah, this is the planning store, but we have the user stories in the other store. Yeah. I think we can, you know what we can do? I think we can just move the user stories. Okay, let's drop that. Let's drop that. Like you could argue that the actual application state should have the user stories in the planning state. But we kind of already have it in the other one. Yeah, anyways, let's try again. Start planning. Yeah, so this isn't working really very well, like basing it on files. This isn't working very well. So first of all, why the hell would it use the main file to implement state management in Vue to handle a list of tasks? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I think we're doing something wrong here. What do I expect this implementation plan? So maybe it should rather be based on user stories. So you have the user story. And then you would have... So the thing is, like, it's a very complicated implementation if you think about it. Like, if you think about it as a step-by-step thing, like first I want an input to... You know how when you code like a multi-step thing, you move back and forward. So if you were to implement this, you would like, maybe you would start with the input and you would store that state of the input, and then maybe you would even start with an array to store the tasks, and then you will create the input and then the button, and then maybe you forgot something. Oh, it should be have a completed state. I need to update the task list, and you move back and implement the UI for that, and then like you move back and forward on these tasks. So having this idea that it should be able to handle one task at a time, that requires an insane amount of planning. It's very difficult to do that, even for a human. Um, yeah. So we could. So it's also interesting, like it's almost like the tech lead choosing the files knows the least about the implementation when choosing the files. Um, hmm, 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 hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm a bit stumped on this. I'm not sure what I expect or what I would expect to be able to implement this reliably. As I said, I would probably jump like between the user stories. Um, hmm. But maybe we could be more specific. We're gonna try something. We're gonna ask them. Where are you? Planning. We're gonna ask the tech lead. Where are you? Suggest. Identify which files requires state management and user interface implementation. So it's not specifically to fulfill the user stories. It's not the specifics of the state management and user interface, but those are the two things you do in an application. You manage state and you derive a user interface from that state. That is what an application is. So we need to identify where to put that stuff. But yeah, maybe it doesn't make any sense for like someone to do that first. Yeah, but it's very generic about implement user interface. Wait, did I? No, this is the tech lead. Oh, that came from the tech lead. Implement state manager for task input using views data property. And then implement state Yeah, I kind of have this specific expectation that it would like really flush out what um it's almost like it doesn't take into account the full set of user story. Like, let's look at what it actually gets here. Maybe it doesn't actually get what we think it gets. So we have it's knock on wood or whatever you say in English. It seems to. Oh, look at this. This looks horrible. My bad. That doesn't help. Like I read, or was it a YouTube? Like, it's really important to have good markdown formatting. Just adding like a comma where it shouldn't be can really throw off the. So yeah, so this should not be like that. This should be join like this. The same for the other one. That's my bad. Okay, so maybe it understands the user stories better now. Start planning implementation. I have no idea why it like. Oh, look at this. Now it was much better. Okay, let's just read through it and not get hung up on the Firebase thing. Implement the user interface based on the approved user story. Set up a data property and view command to store. This is what I expected it to say. Bind the input field to a data property to capture the task description input. Create a method to add a new task to the list. This is amazing. Display the list of tasks in a scrollable list using V4 directive. Add delete button next to each task item and create a method to remove the task from the list when clicked. Set up Firebase Fire to store the tasks, create functions to add and delete tasks, update the view components to fetch tasks from Firebase store and display them in the list. So like in one sense, this makes sense to me. And I would expect if you have like a Firebase project and you want task management, you want those tasks to be stored in Firebase, but it wasn't picked up in the user story flow. There was no persistence picked up in the user story flow. But maybe that's a given. Maybe that's fine. But then what about authentication? Like, that's the thing. I really want the user stories to consider the tenants I talked about. So maybe we should move back after this, because this is actually quite great. But anyways, implement I'm not sure if the UX engineer actually contributes with much here. So we're gonna do two things. First, I'm gonna. Oh my god, I was kind of relieved now, because this was really exactly what I was hoping for. So that's good. But let's ask the UX engineer to. You're an amazing UX engineer. How to use Tailwind? That's great. What should we actually please include details? Please include specific details on how to enhance the user interface. Like, I have no idea what I'm writing here. Anyways, we're gonna jump back to user stories, and we are gonna look at this. How slow my editor is! It's insane. What the hell? Where where did I write about those tenants? Prompted to evaluate. Yeah. So we wanted this to be part of. Please report back what are we covering persistence, permissions, responsiveness, are we permission, responsiveness, etc. Okay, so we're gonna delete the user stories and we're gonna create some new ones. But yeah, this is fun. Now we're really getting into it. We have everything we need. Nice, the planning is faded out. So now we need to go to idea. This is fine. I'm gonna provide details. Updated. Fine. UX engineer, bring your expertise. See, input field, blah blah blah. Approve. Okay, what does the tech lead say now? Oh, you said it was fine, but we didn't. We didn't say anything about persistence. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to try something. There is definitely an ambiguity here. We're not going to use this can implement thing. We're just going to so we're going to try relying on rely on the ambiguity report. So if there is no ambiguity report, so we're going to use that instead to evaluate if we're ready to go. If no ambiguity report, okay. I think we need to delete the user stories once more. Oh. Oh. Oh, something seems broken. It also seems like when I like click very quickly, like making. Oh no, it just took some time. What the fuck? No, there is ambiguity report. Wait. Oh. Oh, sorry. Ambiguity report. And ambiguity report, sorry. And no. Now the thing is, I've been testing all of this on like um, a very specific kind of application. So there's a lot of feature that doesn't like necessarily. What the hell is going on? Can you please allow me to flip to a different window? Okay. Weird. That does require persistence and stuff, and that's kind of interesting when we say cover persistence and you're asking for a feature that doesn't require persistence. But what we can do is we can take that ambiguity report, which is now going to be sent to the product. That's going to be interesting to see what happens. But what was I thinking? Like, you can override it. So you can always decide this is a good enough plan. Let's try it. And what I also intend to do is like, let's just start running it. Is that when you do start implementing, it will use Git. So it will clear the Git state, start implementation, and then if anything goes wrong, it will just reset everything. And then you can like change your user stories, update your plan, or even report back to the plan some whatever. So you can kind of move back again and then forward, and you should always be able to like reset. And like the app should really show like the actual commits, like where you implemented things, and then you can like, I don't know, jump back and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff you could do here. I'm feeling a little bit pumped. I'm really happy about the progress. Now it didn't have an ambiguity report. Oh. The data argument? No, we got it wrong. Yeah, we got the wrong. Why do we get 2 completed? Do we have it here as well? Oh yeah, we don't need it here. So we got the wrong. We suddenly got the schema again. So even though it's been performing well, okay, but let's now be very specific. So the output should be one valid JSON object that is with the same shape as current state with no markdown. Okay, let's try that. Yes, I think I might stop. Whoa, stop streaming soon Wow, now it really broke. Single Okay, but we're gonna drop this. I don't think we need this. We shouldn't need this because this is we're asking for JSON output, which so we should be guaranteed to have JSON output, not have any wrappers around it, because we configure that in the completion, like the response type. But that doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Ugh. And it doesn't even have, so it responds with both of them. It's very confused, but we need a JSON schema, or it won't be able to understand enums, for example. With no markdown, never output the JSON schema itself. I've had actually quite a bit of luck in other scenarios saying never do this. Like, do this, never do this. It does exactly what it shouldn't do. And it's not. Wait. Oh yeah, of course. It's because it can't like properly parse. Oh. But you saw this, like how well it performed now. Like there was no, like I felt super comfortable that it would do the right thing, like output the JSON, and suddenly it stopped working. Like me just mentioning the fucking schema. Must be a valid representing the new state with this JSON schema. State is also like, it can be anything, right? Like state is such a loaded term. Blah, blah, blah. Card or list item. This is ambiguity, but maybe the tech lead will point this out. Oh, we are ready to go. Oh. Features? representing state with this updated state with this using. But it's also funny, like it seems to be like that specific role, right? Like, why is that? Yeah, okay, so this is very interesting. So one big problem is like the user stories is a big problem because it holds the term user, and user in like in for OpenAI, like that's an actual role. It represents you as a user. So we're kind of using that user in different ways, and also state. Like we have the state of the agent, but we're talking about state of the application. So it's very easy to like confuse what is actual user prompt and so it's almost like yeah, I understand why it gets confused. Yeah, now we got. Yeah, it's when it reads the application features description, name description. Oh yeah, now it has the features, and then it has. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. It just creates. Yeah, it's just not reliable. You know, we're gonna try something. I don't think this is gonna work, but we're just gonna try it. Example output. And we're just gonna insert this thing. But I don't think that's gonna work because I think it's gonna prevent it from updating the state. And it feels icky to kind of extend the tokens unnecessarily. But again, like tokens doesn't have to be unique. Like repetition is something that can also be done very often to make it do what you want. You just state the exact same thing multiple times. And now it just added it twice. Should always be a single the output should always be a single valid representing updated state with no markdown, extraneous text, or wrappers. Example. Output of updated. But again, it's so funny how it was so reliable. And then suddenly, yeah, no idea. Yeah, now we have this problem. Try again. Yeah, because I think the problem now is that example output. So this is what I meant. This is because there's an empty array in the user stories, and then when the example output is the empty array, it's confused by that. I have this feeling that there must be a better way to like separate user prompt from. I guess that's the power of function calling. Even though but that can also be confused because function calling is also just part of the prompt. Like it needs to be separated. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Like you just have this big blob of text, which includes function calling and everything. And then terms in function calling can be confused in the prompt if that terminology means something else in the prompt. Like having it properly separate these things. Yeah, it's very, very, very fascinating stuff. But what's very interesting as well is like it seems to be related to when it reads the application features multiple times, it also seems to produce the output multiple times. So I wonder if there's like a deeper problem with this. It's almost like it's almost like it's running multiple. Could this be the case? Do I have a bug? Because, wait a minute. Do I just have a bug? Because add message. So in the agents flow, handle. So I just generate response. Last content dot text. So I have handle message done. Oh, that's just text, right? So I did have handle message delta, but I'm not using that anymore, right? Yeah, it doesn't have any reference. So what I'm wondering, it's almost like, so let's look at the add message again. Maybe I have something wrong in this code. Because what it does is asking for JSON object. And then we're getting the message here. And then when I'm doing a tool call, yeah, I haven't actually reflected properly on this. Because what there? Because, oh, for fudge. So if I await send messages, it will send the actual messages. Wait a minute. I think I have a bug. And then response messages, it sees that it's tool calls. And then it adds the tool calls. And then it says return send messages. So or I respond with the content. So what would this mean? I think I'm doing something wrong here. Choice. We're gonna log this. I think this might be the problem. Let's see. So we have response choices. Calling tools. So what actually happens here when I do return send messages here? It should return like the actual response message on the second run. But I wonder, why do you have multiple choices? Maybe we just have multiple choices. But still, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's something fishy going on here. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, so this is interesting. What did it actually do here? Calling tools. Could it be when it calls? Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like it like produces an output per function call. Maybe that's what they meant. That post that was like, when I do function call, I get multiple outputs. What was that? OpenAI multiple JSON outputs when function calling. Yeah, when you said this, yeah, this is exactly what I'm. I see to the why the tool is not used and B why the JSON is duplicated. So what did he think? For a second, I think it's because your system prompt is ambiguous. Do you mean that when if I change the system message, the hello, how can I assist you today, JSON is not revealed. I don't really want the tools to be used in, since I'm trying to answer source of my problem. Did you solve it? It's surprisingly little help to get on this. I kind of feel sometimes on the edge of exploring these things. But here you can see response index 0. So I have a feeling this actually is a limitation of chat GPT 3.5, and we should just parse out the last JSON object, because you see it also, it seems to like consistently, Okay, we're just gonna try that and see what happens. So message is string here. And we're gonna, how are we gonna identify that? So we're basically gonna find this. We're basically gonna find this. So we're gonna split message is message dot split on this, and then we're gonna okay. Let's see. Lines, and then we're gonna find last JSON char would be lines index of that one, and then we're gonna return lines slice 0 until last JSON char. And then the question is, does it include any? This is exclusive of the element at the index end. So +1. And then we're going to join again. To handle duplicate JSON responses on function calling. Oh. User interface element. So this is just like very bad. Where's the so we're gonna try to move this back because I think the problem was more the duplicate output. I can't remember again what the problem was. Was it duplicate output or wrong output? Maybe it was wrong output. It would suddenly do the... But I have a feeling it's because the context includes stuff related to how it's going to produce its output. Like, we haven't actually gotten to a point now where we can... Oh, we did now. There is no mention of how that... What is that? Who has permission to add... who has permission to add or delete tasks? Okay, so now we try to pass it to the product manager again. That didn't really help. So what I think we should do is we should let the user answer this, but we're gonna change the agent so that when it responds, it goes to the product manager, and then we start the flow again. Let's see. So that would be I want to create a console log where this happens. Oops. Duplicate JSON. If index. plus if lines dot length is more as JSON index plus 1. Then we're gonna duplicate JSON just so I have it in here. But let's go and find the tech lead. That was the other tech lead. Yeah, so we're not gonna run the product manager. What's interesting though is now we have a different problem. Because now the other, no, that doesn't matter because this doesn't actually change the user stories. So we're gonna say flow set agent. I think we're just gonna allow that product manager, and we could allow the state here if we want to. So we can do that. Let's just implement that. So we have run agent, and then we're gonna have set agent well, we can't really, I guess we could do with the state, but let's not do that. Set agent. So we're just gonna say this current agent equals this get agent role. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like we need to figure out what the needs for this. And we might end up with like a super declarative abstraction over this, but it needs to be able to do all these things. Like, okay, if one agent responds, you should just set the next agent. So when you get a prompt, that's the agent it responds to and stuff like that, I think. Let's see now if it's able to. Okay, so now it did duplicate. Let's see if, did it say? Didn't have like duplicate JSON? No. Anyways, prove. Hopefully it sees some ambiguity. But yeah, I'm gonna drop off shortly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, duplicate JSON. Ah, what was that? Add message. What was the actual? So maybe I did this wrong. Actually, we don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So did I do this right? So if I want to foo bar, I want to keep both of them. I say slice 0, 1. Unexpected token? Where? Oh. No, I should do this, right? Yeah. So yeah, we basically need to look at the JSON issue. Yeah, let's just look at the message. Like this might have been a different issue, not duplicate. It might have been -1. And oh my god, not this again. Oh, for fuck's sake. But let's just have a look. Did it have duplicate JSON? Damn it. I just can't make this reliable enough. I'm not sure what to do with this. Well, one thing that might help is like if all these agents are fine-tuned, that means that I think that would help if we would fine-tune them. What we could try is we can fine-tune, like we can create one fine-tuning model first just to try fine-tuning and see how much it helps. And that fine-tuning is just like generating the correct response format. And then there could be like more specific fine-tuning. That would be interesting. We could try that next time. Because it doesn't seem to work with just prompt engineering. Like, I understand that you're confused. What do we call it when it's not using, but not compatible, but like not following? Adhering, that's a weird word. In compliance. Valid JSON will represent the update state using this JSON schema. Like, I understand why it gets confused. Like, I'm saying the output structure must be a valid JSON object representing updated state using this JSON schema. But it's, to me, it's almost like maybe it's almost like the JSON schema should be if I would move that further up, maybe it would be better. Output JSON schema. And then we say current state generate output. Yeah, I don't know. It would be fun to check out fine-tuning. I haven't looked at that at all, but now I understand better also what it is. It's like it's very it's tied to the specifics of what you want, so you can't like you can't create a better coding agent with fine-tuning. I don't think that makes any sense at all, because the output is so diverse that the fine-tuning, the only thing you could use the fine-tuning for is to actually return code, not improve the return code, I think. Because there's just an insane amount of different code it can produce. But when it comes to like returning a single JSON object, it helps a lot with fine-tuning. Or if it's like generating user stories, it helps a lot with fine-tuning. God damn it. But now it's almost like now the freaking schema is not taken into, so that this is what I meant. If the schema is too close to the output, like at the end, then it's a higher risk it will output the schema instead of the actual JSON. But if the schema is too high up in the prompt, then there's a risk it will not use the schema to output the JSON. That's the thing. That is the thing. It must be a valid be a single valid JSON object structured using the JSON schema. And again, like this might encourage it to actually use the JSON schema as the actual. But what does it mean? I'm looking for this specific word where not compatible. What the hell is that word? Valid JSON object. Reflecting, not reflecting, that's like following, adhering to, compatible with, structured by. Okay, let's use structured by, because then it refers to this structure up here, so maybe that creates some relevance. But it's funny, like it seems more reliable on like the first one. It's only when it gets like further down, as if it has like more context and gets confused. But there is no more context. Like every message passing is, yeah, does not cover aspects such as persistent, permissions, and response. Implementing may require additional for data persistence. I want to store the tasks in database. Yeah, but let's keep it open. Everyone shares the tasks. There is no permission. There is no permission requirements. The user interface should be designed for laptop sized screens. I'm just very curious what it does here. Oh. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, of course. Of course. Set agent actually needs to update that because now I need to okay, we're starting to get on time here. So here we would have suggested user stories. So agent, oops, agent state user stories to evaluate. So in the set agent, we actually need to update the state as well. So let's just do that. Oh. We're just gonna update it like this. Mutation is the root of all evil. Okay, we're gonna try one more time, and then we're gonna go at it tomorrow again. And then we are gonna see if we can get through the planning phase. That would be amazing. TNT. TNT. Tasks should be stored in a database available to anyone. Anyone can add and remove tasks. The application should be optimized for laptop screens. So what I'm curious about here is that it doesn't like, but maybe that's fine. So I'll approve that because it just runs through it again, which is fine. So it should like repopulate. You don't clearly assist. I'm curious what if there's ambiguity now if we get through this with proper JSON. So user wants to describe task, store it in the database by clicking a save button so that I can try. Want to describe task using it and store it in the database. So I think we should help it a little bit. This is fine. Like I don't expect it to be perfect. By entering the task in the text input field and clicking an add button. Yeah, I don't think we need this one. Just 2 seconds. Let's see, I have to finish But as everyone was using it. Didn't I tell you that I didn't want this? Oh, interesting. I clicked it away and it still included it. Oh, I have a bug. Okay, we have to fix that bug. Wow. Why all the function calling? Okay, let's just, I just want to see what it says about ambiguity. Testing and display. Yeah. Exactly. It's true. Like they're still not good enough. But I told it task anyone can add and remove tasks. Yeah. Okay. It's not wrong. We're gonna see how we can improve this. Anyways, bye for now.